Oh! Ah! Ah! Alright. Hi, everyone. We're back at it again with some more Grease Attorney Chronicles. Last time, we found out that our Pookie Bear, Inspector Gregson, was murdered. And then after some investigating, we found out that it could be related to a case about redheads. And whatever the fuck was happening there. I don't know what the fuck was going on there. So, we're gonna go into detail about that. Cat, can you move your fat fucking booty off my fucking charger? Thank you. Good grief. And boom. Alright, we're good. Alright, let's go ahead and continue. Whoa. 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 Step brother. Second November, 12:33 p.m. Wow. Oh, there you are, Otto. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina. You sure about what you said there? That the boss, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Oh god, I can't fucking use her voice for some reason. Spit on your cock. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I. Possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes. It's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear. If it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zykes discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly 4-pound income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. Hey, that's right, sis! It was me who took them in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good lawyer-abiding citizen. Indeed. Yours truly. So it's gonna be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly 4-pound income. Don't tar it with them same brush as yours, Sholmes. I can't fucking use her voice. Ah! Ah! I don't know. Yes, well, then there's this whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zykes for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zykes, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Cosmo was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. And he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Mr. Sato? Yes! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Barak von Zykes, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Sogi. My lord. Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes. The two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom. Jeez, okay. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may admit your occupations, but state your names for the court. I am Fabien de Ruse, a descendant of the great de Ruse family from Nice-en-France. My name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. I love giving them Italian accents, it makes me happy. The two men first became acquainted at the boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temsik are the future leaders of Europe. But do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Yes, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little gray cells of my brain. That is all I am trying to do. I changed his voice. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals, but the petty plans. A strange combination is the charm of a hilarious brothers. See, Capo? Listen to me, Peppino. I have two songs to say to you. Eh? Okay? Are you about to tell me one of your grand, no, I can't, Vivi. First, I want you to stop calling me the couple. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is a serious business. Chipero, there it is. The couple's trump card, the front bow. It is deep, couple. The furrow, and the meaning of your words. This courtroom has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, c'est ça. And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? on, Capo! Leave it to me! As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At first, we were teased for this without pity. The Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Hey, those dogs! One day the world will respect us redheads! Every night he would bury his head in his pillow and says to beyond Peppino enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week ago, before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled to the Red-Headed League. Oui, this guy. I don't know how to say that. I am honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at the park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money, 3 francs. It was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But, to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one of the witnesses as choked with red-haired folk, like a coaster's orange barrow. And the day on which all these men have gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these 2 men spoke face-to-face with every person present that day. Well, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will ever see it for the rest of my life. See, and now, every time I see a Capo's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry? The date for our trial is not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. DeRosa and Mr. DeRossi. Rosu and Rose. You will now give your formal testimony before the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course. We are always ready to help with the law. Even though you broke it? We are more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. Eh, Capo? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now. But I assure you, he was not at the park. Allora, this victim has nothing to do with us. What to do with us? You have an answer for Peppino. You have an answer a lot for Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. I enjoy the simple pleasures of Daffy Duke. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody like these came to the park. These I can promise.
It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurance.
Uffa! With this attitude, we get nowhere, huh? He's really a sulker now.
This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover.
Ah! I have the answer! Maybe there was another similar event in the park the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous.
True. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that that's when he was killed. Very well. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that?
Cavallo, you promised not to say, eh, Capo? After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkelquite to my companion here. But he brought them to the wrong day.
Oops.
See, but it is an easy mistake to make. Oh, the first, the 31st. I have no sympathy for you. We were all day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this that the so-called great red-headed detective got us! Capo, you know what I think? This is a work of God. It is a holy punishment, eh? Peppino, for the last time, this is not only punishment, this is only your fault! Oh. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger! Maybe I make a mistake, but when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster!
And I've seen the evidence.
Fuck! I didn't mean to do that. Ugh. Hold it!
1,000 people? That's a very big crowd.
It was quite a spectacle. Red eggs had come from all over the capital.
See, the capo here. He has the magnetismo amale, eh?
What does that even mean? Magnetismo amale?
He's speaking... Actually, you know, I was gonna say, are you speaking Italian or something? But yeah, he is speaking Italian. Animal magnetism. Okay. Nobody else could attract so many people. I changed his voice again because I feel like being an angry Germanist is calling to life. And also the fact that the voices are pretty much the same as the Rossi. If I could be born again, I would be the capo.
All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week.
Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants?
Oui, that we did. Because every one of them paid us 5 shillings.
Even though he's French. We take their names, and we take their money, and we take their addresses as well. Then I tell them we take some days to let them know by a post of infinito. Maybe 2 minutes a person. We start early in the morning, and we stop late in the night. So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune. Who'd thought there was 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. Hold it! He doesn't look at all familiar? No, I don't think so. And this is a wig, eh? You were trying to fool us. You know, it's kind of weird how that particular picture has color. I do not like the people who are trying to cheat the other people, says the con artist. And between them, they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair. It would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. No, senor. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. He's not going to give the court a definite, it seems. Hey, Capo, you didn't see a man like this, huh? Hold it! But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day.
Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day.
Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. When it's such an eye, it's just an eye show. But there was some other information you could give us. Maybe we would recall.
That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact. If there was a man with the red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I would not think I could have forgotten him.
Kazuma said these two had only been shown that photograph, and then they've been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example... I could certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. What if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? You remember a man who was eating incessantly?
Not really. I was only looking at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon.
Or the spaghetti. I love this spaghetti. Really? I had no idea.
Tell them again about what you said, Peppino, before, Peppino.
Si, capo, si. I say it again and again. Aurora, 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 Aurora. Hold it! Certainly her name, but what if I told you the name was Gregson?
The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson?
Yes. Names, they are boring. I did not listen to any of them. Oh. It was not a real interview. It was just for a show. Why would I remember the names?
That's right. This changes nothing. The man in the photograph was not there, as we've already said.
I see. Hold it! If I told you the man in the headpiece was actually a detective.
The man in the photograph? A detective?
Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito.
Sorry, but this changes nothing.
Excuse me. Something to add, Mr. DeRossi?
Okay?
See, I am always adding something. Parmesan. Oh, Parmesan. Parmesan. Olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? What did he say? Just to say about the detective? Yes, that.
Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already.
But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard.
What?
Good Lord! Order, order, order! Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness. It is simple. A man who was at the park said that
there was no such man.
But what are you saying, couple? Have you forgotten it?
I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park.
Basta, couple, basta. You beat me to many things, but not to the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is faster.
But you are inferior to me in every way, so shut up!
Objection!
Ah! Drop hard. The damage is done.
Indeed it is, sir.
Oui. There was a man who came to the park, and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. It was someone else.
How can you be so sure?
Because, to start with, his face was completely different.
See, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was cleanly shaven. His eyes were shadowed. His chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever, then.
Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof.
See, the capo here, he doesn't take no nonsense, eh?
But he was well prepared. He said he had identification.
Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity?
Clearly, the papers were fake.
Certo, capo, you're a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced he was a detective?
He became very annoying. He said, "You're under investigation." So I took his papers and I'm from him and chased him out of the park.
It was fantastico! And look, here is the identification. So you stole it from the man. He had the coming. He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Indeed. The person does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. Humph, but I like them. Why? Alright.
Let's go ahead and open the book.
Well, I suppose we should see what the inspector's identification looks like. Oh, my niño. So, I have a feeling that it's that one girl's husband. Fucking Valino or whatever his name was. I'm guessing that was him, and he tried to impersonate Gregson. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This is Scotland Yard insignia. The Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well. Which one have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all? Interesting. He must have stolen it from him then. Hold it! But we only have your word for that. See, but what else can we do, huh? True. Oofa. We are not having much fun these days. First we are arrested, then we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man, and now you question everything. We say we are the victims here. Eh, Capo? No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. You had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Eh, Capo? Ah.
Objection!
I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade?
What is your intention here, Counsel?
Is this really a fake, or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen.
Hold it! That is the bullshit! No question about it!
It can't be! As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation.
Zutros!
Order! Order!
If the boss had his identification stolen, I would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If he knew something, report it at once, he'd say.
Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it?
Physically? Hey, what are you applying?
Unable to. You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen. No.
Order!
The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
I know nothing! I know nothing! Pull yourself together, Papino! Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, non? Now I wish I had returned to Italia! Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Lumi, quit your warning and start talking.
Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story and
I know nothing.
But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome.
You will dry your tears and dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them.
For crying out loud. That's so funny.
The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did not in him armed, and the next morning we let him go. We spent the whole night in a nice room. It was nothing like the prison, really.
So you kidnapped him and...
This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man.
But no, see, no. It wasn't like not like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. Capo? It was never part of my plan. I swear it. Ufa, so you think it's my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the ferry wrong. by one day, little Odette! I did not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Por favor, Capo. It's not fair.
You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. Off!
I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective?
Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout? You took away the man's freedom. However comfortable you make it sound, you were holding him prisoner.
If you say that, then I say this. There is something that takes away your freedom too. The lack of money. So we are the prisoners as well, all of us.
Huh?
No money, no freedom. That is the truth. It makes me mad. It makes me mad sad. What can we do?
Well, if you still feel so disfranchised to take money to court, take money to court. Though it'll cost you, of course, money.
Oof, there you have it. You see, that's why we need the Red-Headed League, to fight for the injustice.
Perhaps he has a point. No, Mr. Naruhodo.
Although we did have all we did was to give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. And you say it was a prison?
Perhaps he has a point again. No again, Mr. Naruhodo.
You should have heard them a story. But died. If anyone was disturbed, it was us.
What? What I want to know is what he's talking about comfortable room.
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying?
You have to believe me. I never intended for that to happen. And I'm sure the detective did not intend it either.
Do you think?
But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. There was the first crime. This was the first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino. That is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind.
What about this secret hideout of yours?
An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea for the capo here.
An impulsive idea, I would say.
No, not impulsive, inspired, capo? What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino?
And it was the house described that you could find Inspector Gregson, was it?
But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector.
That doesn't quite add up at all. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there?
None, you're right. But we couldn't be completely certain. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day.
I'm gonna go get me a snack, hold on.
I got me the ships.
No, no, la policía, no.
No. No.
Hold it!
No. Too scared. Why?
Because why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan.
And if that was the case, we would go straight to the police station to blow out the whistle on us. Even if it was just feigning to be an inspector, he was up to no good, huh? Without a doubt. I think most of us would agree that it was you two who were up to no good. Well, see, you might be right. Hey, come on.
The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner.
What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See, I asked myself that same question.
We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people we took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address startled me.
See, address, Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said.
What?
Wait, what did he say?
They probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I politely asked.
Wait, hold on, wait, who's speaking?
I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. But long afterwards, he took out his identification.
What's Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you said. See, we did. We took the man's identification and shot him out to the room next to ours. That being this identification book here, correct? See, that's the one!
What made you believe it was a forgery?
I never seen a will on a court. But he was so suspicious, this man. Allora, I was thinking, it must be falso, eh, Capo?
It is just as Peppino has said. We were not convinced he was not. We are convinced he was not genuine.
And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took the man captive.
All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made preparations to transport all of the money.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle exactly?
Wolf, it was nothing. Just a minor incident.
The fossil inspector. He was the real piece of work. Of the work, eh, Capo? What happened? Oof, it was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator door. Can you blame him?
We chased him, Pincio, and we caught him again.
Can you blame us?
Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Zort! Well, who do you think we are? Of course not! I simply caught hold of him again, and we took him back to the room.
Excuse me.
Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong?
Me?
Something Mr. whatever, just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Cavolo, at a time like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from personal experience. Personal experience?
That's enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more.
The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like the turbine, huh? He dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still had the bruises to prove it. Eh, capo?
Bruises, you say?
Ah, you want to see, huh? You want to see my fantastic blues? Oh, shit. Isn't those the same bruises that one guy had? Yeah, he has the exact same bruises on his neck.
That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you.
What to do? I show you or I don't I show you? I show you or I don't?
You do, now.
Allora, if anyone wants to see, then I do it. Ecco, you see? It's still very visible, eh? That red ring about your neck. You got that when you were dragged to the house? See? The capo, he sometimes is very rough.
I said that's enough! Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word.
Yes. What is your opinion, Counsel?
Okay, well, I don't see any bruises around his neck. Mr. DeRossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details that mark on your neck. Hey, Capo, you see, everyone is interested in what I say, huh?
Yeah.
See. Are you saying that red mark was caused by...
See, a big collar made from a leather.
a leather collar? Is this true, Mr. DeRose? Rosu?
What? We had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. It is a souvenir from that time, with a very long chain.
A strong chain? And you put that around your friend's neck?
I'm sorry. I was so angry that he was leaving me alone.
You did not have to tie a chain to the leg of the bed, though. I would have tried to run away again.
You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Treat the people equal. That is the Capo's here's motto, eh?
It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden.
The Capo is tough, but the Capo's rough.
I shouldn't have done it.
So, the following morning, when you released the inspector,
He had a red ring around his neck, just like me.
Peppino. Servus plate. Leave it now.
Now what you know, huh? Capo here, you don't want to tangle with him, eh? But for the inspector, it's not so bad.
Objection!
so the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito.
No, it was nothing like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation. It was an invitation to stay. It was homely.
However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What consistency is this, Counsel?
I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck.
Eh? But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning. I saw the red bruises on the neck, just like I have.
Given that the mark is clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see some bruises on the victim, who was put on the collar more recently than Mr. DeRose.
Indeed, that is most peculiar. But what do we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning many times. Oh!
Peppino is right. The man in the photograph is somewhat different from the man we have captured that night!
Order!
I threw up in my new Bugatti.
It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on live stream posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector has made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day. which surely means that we can't divorce the two events completely.
This inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that imposter come to be in possession of the real Inspector's identification?
Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel?
This whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the courtroom, Mr. Naruto. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identification turned up is revealed by information in the court record, I believe.
Good gracious.
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all see whatever truth it is you're apparently seeing?
Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson.
In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
On the contrary, I haven't finished.
What?
There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's right! We tell the same story every time! Whoever this man was, the couple dragged him from a pillar to a post with the dog collar.
Mon Dieu, Peppino, I was not so harsh as you say, huh?
So who was the false inspector, eh? Who was he?
Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man who was who these two imprisoned that night.
I must ask the counsel to elaborate. Who did it? Who done it? Who Vudovic?
Take that!
Goodness me! Isn't that?
One of the witnesses who was in the stand. Who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passersby.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not?
What has happened to his lip?
Huh?
See, this man is not for the Red-Headed League, eh? He's looking for the Twisted Lip League, no?
Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead.
It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising.
What?
The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Order! Bring the aforementioned witness back to the courtroom. Immediately! Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him.
But what's going on here, me? A movie said this. Me. There's a birthmark, isn't it?
A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you?
Well, something about the inspector again. But I'll tell you, I got never looked at it very similar.
You're denying all knowledge of it?
But of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're gonna need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRosso and Mr. DeRossi. I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Hold on, I'm gonna look something up. Oh.
Do we have any choice?
We are in a big trouble, eh, couple?
That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man.
That is right, see. You think would forget his grand lips, huh?
But let me leave registry, alright? I'm no interested in whether it's me. I'm all alone in this world. Me. I'm no kinfolk of those. Maybe the kinfolk in something like that. But look at me, eh? But it looks like I could carry over the skies with a place like this.
I don't know, man.
It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man.
What have we been telling you, huh? There is no need for this pointless testimony. Ugh.
But wait, I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Place no streets all I know. How would I come by if police went to the available giveaway?
Well, yes, it's hard to explain, but
A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief.
ugh. Is there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfast at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hold it!
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain?
There's no need to hurt your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, none? Because I have never before seen lips like this.
Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left on the neck of your colleague by your prized caller.
Mon Dieu! With your words, it is like you tried to wring my neck.
Does very much look like the neck, though, eh?
No, this is my birthday badge. The biggest lips in London and an active diver. They break the mountain if you mean.
For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with the red hair.
And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. Do you maintain never seen this man before?
Oui, ce scar. I swear to the flames of my hair.
The pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? I had to go outside and I took my phone and I could hear you bleb bleb voice echoing. I know.
It's pretty good, yeah?
Hold it!
You mean you have no family?
No, not at all. But me my dad on regional big hunting tidbits to Pesabaz. Hoping, just between us, this is, that eventually somebody with the lips of like a man will come along.
I don't think so.
You may be right.
Anyway, that mark on your neck is too much of a coincidence for us to ignore.
Well, what the fella to do then, eh? If you don't believe me, then we're at an impasse. What the brother I do but to flick my lips.
Looks like I'm not getting anywhere here, unless I can produce some proof.
You're basically saying I dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me to know how I can do it.
Big red hair.
Wait. Hold on a minute. What? Wait. Is he the same dude? I mean, they have the same hair. don't know about the brows, though.
Objection!
Hold on. Actually, you know what? Before I load, let's look at the difference. Okay. So here's him. He's got the curled hair. He, of course, doesn't have the big lips. You have the big lips, the big lips. He's slightly tanner. The eyebrows, I think, are similar. Their hair is exactly the same, just his is a little browner. But their eyes are different. Okay, that might be a little tricky. The eyes and nose. Shit. I don't know. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I might be wrong on that. I mean, the only way I can construe it is if the lip and the nose are fake. If he's got a fake lip and nose, then maybe. He does have a butt chin, though.
Objection!
He got that ass chin on him, though. Like, damn. Which is also not this. Well, I mean, kind of. They got the same jawline, but he has a butt chin. He doesn't. He got them ass chins though. Like, damn. Bro's got a fucking bakery in his chin. Which is not something I thought I'd ever say.
Hold it!
So you've heard of the Red-Headed League, have you? Had you? We don't give the name of the guy for nothing, dude. And my business is just going on inside here. I told that Pipsy Piglet to a fair few messages that can piss me. This between us. I got a sandwich to cover it up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? But, as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. But in any case, Fresno Street's my patch.
Is that so?
Don't catch me sidling out to some other part of town. No, sir, not lucky.
Excuse me!
Mr. Gross!
Oui? Can I help you?
Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps?
It was the other day, when I was looking for a place near the park. A smaller house or something.
Could be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes.
I visited an housing agent on Lime Street, and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent.
Mr. Gossip?
With a housing agent? I had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms.
But, you're mistaken, Tim. I never left Fresno Street, me. But I live with her. You're mistaking me for someone else. Someone with the same face. No, the cop was right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes? But, like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the man's name in the papers. And what was it written? Mr. Gossip? No. This man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone. He's better than Mr. Gossip, I think. See? No! I'm a peddler for tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life.
Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade privacy of a witness. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. So the aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objection.
I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case.
Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Soki?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Well, I never. In what capacity?
Hugh Boone. The name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh? Well, if it is in fact his room, then I think I was Johnny on the spot. So your real name is Hugh Boone. Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no private peddler trumpets in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in the falling down bank road to the townhouse.
You do.
And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 photo redheads in there that time. Hey, if neither of us is a vulgar, it's not me. Either of us.
Think again, Peppino.
Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a kid-made peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss.
You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelations, Mr. Boone.
If I must. So the leaseholder, Scotland Yard, has been looking for since the body was discovered, has been here under our noses all along.
Objection!
Ah! I know I'm right. I know I'm correct.
Hold it!
So, you live in that room, presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Look at that. Then, why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. Then how about the notice board in there? Which is covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to. Blue, that boy's not mine. I expect they must have brought it along. I don't need the other tidbits or bobs that belong to me. The next thing to carry them. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there, in your room?
But obviously, I'm not the physical deal. I'm not the physical deal. I mean, it's kind of been no way about it, to be honest.
It seems to me Mr. Gossip... No. Sorry, Mr. Boone would rather as little as known about his room as possible for some reason. More importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room changes things completely. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that really bothers me now.
Objection!
You have no kinfolk, as you put it. But explain why is it that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room? I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense, and tell the court exactly who you really are!
I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean?
Yes, counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip itself is itself part of an elaborate disguise. I know it! I fucking know it! Then, hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone?
Good witness! Are you still hiding the truth from this court?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it is the true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes that it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court.
No. Please, no.
Very well then, counsel.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
Yeah!
I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Airlock Shones. A young gentlewoman came to the detective, asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sitwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
No, just wait. Hold on a minute.
What am I talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise.
No, please.
Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. DeRose and Mr. Rossi, you will restrain the witness.
Oui, my lord.
See, my lord!
No! Stop! Get up! Don't!
And there it is. Wow.
Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume.
Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertions were entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but...
See, there is no question. This is the inspector we saw at the park.
Extraordinary!
On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson who appeared before Mr. DeRose and Mr. DeRossi in the park was you, disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why? Why, you would have quite become a future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Virgil worked at the prison. 10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I am Dally Vigil. And you were chief warden at Barclay Prison 10 years ago? So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented.
Well, evidently, there is a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Oh boy. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name Hugh Boone and rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from where I could emerge every morning at a squadron peddler, and transform myself back, evening at 5, into a well-dressed man, about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6p apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you have commanded as chief warden at the prison.
Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I had invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
You mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then, one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orkneys tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive? That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really, yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my Boone disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruises on my neck might give me away. So then who killed him? Because I honestly don't see why, because I don't know what his motive would be. The guy is literally saved his life, basically. He basically pretty much fucking financially stabled him, dude. So I don't see why he would kill him. Interesting. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case.
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed leak men when they imprisoned the inspector. Oh yeah, that was kind of... I don't know. That is really confusing. But no, that can't be! After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me! Oh goodness.
Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with this murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. What? Ah!
Order! Order! Order!
That's rude. Chat, lock this guy up.
Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
What?
Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Cosmo?
What question, counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at the very significant execution that was carried out at the time.
10 years ago? The execution of a professor. Genshin Asogi.
I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
Oh!
Answer me, man.
One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events 10 years ago are they're linked.
Does the defense concur, counsel?
Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. For Kazuma-sama, no wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Virgil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Usogi's last moments, his own father.
I know. I do understand that. Even so. Prosecutor Asogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten?
I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. For some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment was extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Well, 10 years is a long time. Or to have forgotten the reason he left such an important job.
Yes, you're right.
And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know.
The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection.
Sorry? The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean.
When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed.
But I really don't. Kazuma-sama.
But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another.
Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in Mr. Virgil's claim, no idea where this is gonna go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice? And the name of the notice on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder of from Barclay. No, there's some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Oh, is it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th of June, 10 years ago. On that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution? Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convicts clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder. And the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th of June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Am I about to see some like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde shit over here? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? Hold on!
Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time has returned?
My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh, my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, an October.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, up at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I reviewed the police records from the time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom?
Yes. Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower.
I'm sorry, Daly. This is serious business. How can I help you now? I'm Chief Warder. You're responsible for overseeing the execution of war, eh? Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, the professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I finished my life. It's over! I'd scream a little louder if it weren't for the fact that my mom's asleep.
Order! Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once! Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day.
How'd you know?
Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil.
That's how you say his
Cosmo.
name? Van
Gregson.
Zeeks? Bruh.
All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Investigation Part 2. Damn. Still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. It seems Mr. Vigil was taken to the hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now. Mr. Vigil attempted to commit Stinky Binky by jumping out the window of the prison governor's office. You know what? I'll just say it. Suicide. Fuck it. I'm just saying. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Reported.
Ah! Rudo!
Oh, Iris!
You were miles away! Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out to the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave."
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death.
Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you'll often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true.
But that's what I like about Hurley after all.
I suppose that's a lot. That's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then, let's have tea. And then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, you have time, Iris?
Yes, I'll finish this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in it. The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes.
You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you.
Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
Okay.
So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zykes definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody!
Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well.
Oh, really?
And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, it was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. Then again, he's a prosecutor now, so maybe that's kind of his thing now. Or maybe, or I don't know, maybe that bump on his coconut fucking did something to his brain. Changed his personality a bit, I don't know. What's going on in his head, I really need to sit down with Cosmo and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zykes has to be innocent, you see?
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse. Surely.
Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report.
That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zykes, though, aren't there? You mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Ooh. That sounds like it has the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then why was that notice board in there covered all in those particular papers? Papers about cases that with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish.
We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death.
Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Shums was only trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Take another bite. Alright, bet. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil. Okay. We already know all this.
You know what this sounds like to me? Establish an alibi.
Oh my, you might be correct. But why would Gregson need an alibi? Throw it in the air and catch it? No, I got back at him. It would appear that the inspector had something to do with what he wished to keep secret.
I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try moving away from food analogies. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zykes felt the need to investigate Gregson, your aim sucks IRL too. Not really. I mean, I've played VR shooter games, and my aim isn't terrible. In fact, it's actually better. I'm actually a better aim in VR than I am in like mouse and keyboard, but I guess then again, that would make sense because you have more freedom. Anyways.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday?
That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he could help her find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one? Ah! It's St. Sinners. Always St. Sinners. I'm starting to wonder if all other hospitals in London are closed down.
But that's amazing, Bruno. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration.
No.
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
That's okay. That's okay, Irish Chan. You're a video game character. You'll never grow up unless they make a sequel, in which case, sucks to be you. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Ginny was right. I'm starting to think that all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno.
I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners, then.
Well, I think it's clear that what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows.
Oh, Iris. You're even more enthusiastic than usual today.
If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight.
That water pistol?
It's stuffed full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine.
And I'm quite sure it'll be very effective. I better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes!
Okay. Kind of bird, I didn't realize you were used here. Okay, this has. Alright, whatever. He's not here yet, so I'm just gonna go ahead and go. How about prison? There we go. Ah. But this is my little Pookie Bear. Lord Van Sykes is reading. Look.
He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed we're here, surely. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet a lawyer who's trying to save it, who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Sykes, speaking earnestly.
Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? What is it? I don't know what sardonic means. Grim.
Sardonic.
I said it right. For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you, I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? You once told me you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crimes that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But a henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts of your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him, or rather, expose the organization. It's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. No. No! Gregson? The Reaper? So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it.
Are you saying that Gregson? He was behind all those awful criminals beating there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed to a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then.
Actually, I do have a name.
What? Well, if you have a name of the man, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or if I can name the woman.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin.
Wait. What? Shin? Miss Asa Shin. The true name of a terrifying killer I only know too well. Oh! Her? I forgot about that. I was like, do I recognize that name? Interesting. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan on conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? That's weird. Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know it. It's very likely that the man was her father. Huh? Asa Shin. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Interesting. So it was Asa Shin, Gregson, and Vigil. They together were the Reaper of the Bailey. Gregson being the tactician, Vigil being the scout, and Asa being the fucking assassin. Actually, quite the team. Okay. I'm gonna go put up my chips. Or my checks. And I'm gonna get me some water. So I'll be right back.
Alright, I'm back.
I got me some water, and I brought 2 cats in, so I have to prop the door open. Yeah. What did you say to me? What did you just say to me? You might hear Thor from time to time because he's pretty noisy, especially when it's late at night. Yeah, you noisy. Here, you a noisy baby. You wanna say hi? Say hi to chat. Hey, I don't know if you heard that. You sniffed the microphone. You didn't eat them all? No, I didn't. It's family sized anyways, so it'll last me for a couple of days. Where'd you go? Okay, well, I don't know where Thor disappeared to. He's somewhere. Alright.
Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours.
My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him.
Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Genshin Aksogi, the professor.
It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, and war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out the canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. Well, that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zykes was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine.
He saved your life? How did that happen?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of...
What? Why are you making noises? You rotten cat?
What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
So Clint Van Zykes had already been killed at this point then.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature...
Oh, scared me, kitty.
I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and when they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I've been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, these Green Sharks are right. We've got 'em.
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. They knew they were after me. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice. Just a whisper in my ear.
Clint would never forgive me? That makes it sound like he didn't kill him. I don't know. That's weird. I mean, then again, we don't really know the full case of what happened, but...
After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew...
He left.
Close the door on you. You needy kitty? Are you a needy kitty? Yeah. Alright, well, I guess I'll just leave it as is for the rest of the night.
Next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him, on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zykes. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Why are you making so much noise here, huh? What? Oh my gosh, you fucking rotten cat.
Well, thank you for confiding in me.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper.
Oh my gosh, what? He's like he's like climbing on my chair. He's being a fucking rat. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information.
Oh, that means I got to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray!
Yes, all right.
Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Is that going to be a good idea? I mean, you want to keep the fact that her dad's dead from her, but how do you know what's? Because he's like friends with them, so I don't know. Being a bratty kitty. Yes, you're a bratty kitty. You bratty kitty. Don't make me kiss you. I'll kiss you. Cat. Alright, let's go to the water. Tung 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 sahur. I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they got shivering in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
What? Must you pop off, kitty?
Ah, look what we have here, an unexpected pleasure.
Ah,
Father!
oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What a charming young lady. And you are?
Oh boy.
Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year now.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say, I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Shums, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes.
You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. I must say, it was truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. You floopy kitty. You're a floopy kitty. Thor's being a little brat. He's being bratty. He's goofing. He's goofing around on the floor. We're goofing. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Cosma on the end.
No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
Really?
You didn't miss a step against Asoki, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten.
Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further?
I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. Of the Jigoku clan.
Goku? I know this isn't much, but here.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right. He didn't appear until after that case, when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zykes, who was in the dock today. That was Barrick, a younger brother of Clint Van Zykes, I believe.
That's right. He's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So, what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here?
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact.
I beg your pardon?
Did you say Asa Shin? You mean to say that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed?
Professor Mikuchuba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. The friend of the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out. Not like this, anyways. Which also kind of confuses me, too. They were after nobility. As far as I know, Dr. Wilson was a professor. He was a medical professor. He wasn't a fucking... He wasn't a noble, so I don't know why he was targeted by her. Ah! I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris?
Oh yes. You just try to leave me behind.
So that young girl.
Chicken.
Is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of all those adventure stories, sharing the great detective shows. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father?
Dr. John H. Wilson.
I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Ume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett.
Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
That's what we thought, yes.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon will go well in the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie?
Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Good thinking on her, at least. Fucking hell.
I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty.
but that guilty is still ringing in my ears.
No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose, since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the great exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having been in the dock himself?
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial.
A closed trial of Kazuma's father.
Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my!
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that.
Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes. Talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we took together here yesterday. Please.
Oh, what a lovely picture. It certainly seems to shout, he arrived in Britain.
None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No, that's true. That's so true. So, you mentioned a favor you'd like to ask me.
Well, on this faithful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan.
You want me to do...
What? What?
Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of the Judiciary, Judicature...
Chicken.
is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible, really quite urgently, in fact.
But I've not even been in London for a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I am well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, you believe in that, Bruno?
But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
Oh, yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment in this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Yes, alright.
You won't leave, will you, Bruno?
A thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out, he's still alive, so...
where does that leave me? Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police that this information about Asashin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Going back home? You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I am sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all this. Yeah, no doubt.
Asashin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
Ah! Mr. Sholmes!
Harley, where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I trust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well... My father just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this sent.
Yeah, he has a mustache. I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Miss Susato. All we can do is pray. That for once, my deductions are airy. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly... Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows.
Ah, wait a moment, Mr. Sholmes!
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? Is at quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once. It seems Sholmes recognizes who that fucking one girl is. What was her name? Asashin? The devil herself. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Don't worry, you don't have to pay the bill, it's fine. This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, a lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things, you'd obviously try to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean, about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident after all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me! Okay. Interesting. But they canned him regardless. Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense, because, you know, he escaped regardless. I swear it's true! Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Well, to be honest, I don't think at this point it would matter. What's done is done, bro. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations. I would take his identification and impersonate him. He'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh, no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly have carried out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. It's something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior of the incident? Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector wanted me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We'd arranged to meet in the Fresno Street Room at 5 that day so I could report to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on 17th June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned.
I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now.
The coffins in which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went to the mortuary to find the lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I could only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I am afraid I don't really know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. So my question was, if they knew Asogi escaped, why was he the only one that was canned for it? Especially since he had the least amount of, like, play into the thing. Like, he's not the one who, from what he said, he's not the one who, I thought the whole thing was that he would carry out the execution, or he would, like, observe it or some shit. But according to him, the only people that were observing it was the coroner and the mortuary, or the executioner. So, what the fuck? So, sorry, I was looking for something under my bed. I thought I heard a spooky cane. They have vanished. They have vanished. So, I don't know. It's a little weird how they just... Maybe he was like a fall guy or something. I don't know. That could... I mean, that would probably explain, honestly. They just kind of used him as a scapegoat and just canned him. That would make at least some sense. Or maybe it's something deeper. I don't know. It's just confusing. Obviously, you knew the man. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. You know what I don't understand? How come the British Empire are allowed to execute their a person of their foreign ally, but when Japan tried to do it with Giselle Brett, they couldn't, and that they had to fucking send her away to Hong Kong or whatever. Seems like a double standard to me. I don't know. Typical British. That would mean that this yeah, I've already read this. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being so struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring him to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, "Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose wives were taken, were you really responsible?" I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. You know, it's kind of interesting how he said that he took someone's life. I don't know, just his phrasing of that was a little weird. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. But what does he mean by that? Because that isn't very specific. He's saying he murdered someone, but he didn't say he murdered the aristocrats. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. You got a will? As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he'd seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true. But there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed to keep his things? That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any record of what happened to him? What had happened to him? Yes, that was the long and short of it. I've no idea where he'd obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been
$19 Fortnite card.
Would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back?
Please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
But, you know it's against the rules.
You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet.
Alright then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
Weapon? How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing and let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace.
What? What do you mean it vanished?
It would seem that this isn't the end of this mysterious will.
And no shit. Bitch.
I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent to his family home in Japan, you see. To poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects?
The will, I mean. That's right. Though, I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming.
Disappeared completely.
That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it?
In what way?
Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Oh, yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi Papers.
The Asogi Papers?
I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened.
Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it out of your memory.
I'd forgotten all of this until today. I suppose it's relevant. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful.
I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No. Thank you again. But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This is all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! But before you go, there's just one more thing. Yes? What is it? The Asogi papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of these things, of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned before his death. Okay, never mind. Which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder. Perhaps it has something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Cosmo's father left behind,
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor.
then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Breakley Prison. Well, at least he seems to be on the mend. You know, his disguise as Mr. Gossip was really quite masterful, wasn't it? I can't remember anything about it except for the floppy lip. I imagine not even his wife would have recognized him. Perhaps. But did he really have to take it quite so far? Well, it tricked us, so... How mysterious? That's what I'm saying, bro. It's crazy.
Oh, back again, are you?
Yes, hello.
I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil?
Yes, luckily.
Well, anyway, the lad doesn't done the work here no more. So your case has nothing to do with Bickley. I would like you to get... I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that.
Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Aye, Kimmer. You're king very well. Oh, how about we handcuff Biscuit?
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And they're hard as irons, too.
Oh, what brought you in the dune here this day?
Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually.
Is that so?
We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something.
Did I not say Gregson's death has nothing to do with that? Might have happened. That might have happened to Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not fool it with irrelevant details.
His expression changed completely.
We're clearly onto something here. The murderer botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hours, a shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator of the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warden at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
A rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? My handcuffs.
Oh, how could I say no? You never know how much. What the fuck? You can never know how much. Fucking shit. You can never have too much iron in your diet. Jiminy Christmas, I can't fucking read.
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what happened, he was so despairing he jumped out your office window, didn't he?
Oh, I didn't want to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. You think it wouldn't have jumped from the shock of a crime's being exposed, eh? I do.
You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you?
Of course, I can't have shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anyone that kens what went on at the time now. We Gregson have been murdered, and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving away anything.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I wouldn't dream of sending you packing without a glimmer. Here, have a handcuffs or two. Oh, well, it'd be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to be anemic. I suppose if there's anyone who might still can about what happened back then.
I have to stop reading along because you keep adding and missing words. Bro, I can barely understand what the fuck he's saying. Because he's using fucking Scottish dialect, and I don't know how to speak Scottish.
It'd be that last from the forensic division, Maria Gorey.
Maria Gorey?
Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't have no more. Just the one.
You got Scottish in your blood? No, I don't. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, I don't really know for sure. I'm pretty sure I have Jew in my blood, but that's up for debate.
But the wee Barnes followed in your mam's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand.
Ah. Yeah, it's the bitch with the gas mask. Yeah.
Mama, what is she?
Ah! Where did she spring from? And did she call the doctor Mama? Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gorey. We could do with talking to her. So, what the fuck? Why is her name different than Scythe's name? I don't understand. Why isn't her name Maria Scythe?
I don't quite understand that shit.
So, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gorey? Oh, I guess we have that. You have a Jewish voice? I do not.
I think I have like part Israeli in my blood, but I don't know. That's about it. I was never raised Jewish. I know very little about my heritage. So, Their surname is Gory?
Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure. Well, I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mum, working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstance. And decided to do the same with her own life. I couldn't understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. And he was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Right. And the coroner responsible for this incomplete report.
No one told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mum's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral marches as a lullaby.
Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
I'd say there's a foot chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us.
We really need to speak to Miss Gory herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much.
I'm no happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you no get up to this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions.
I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up on these painful memories for everyone.
Can you just stay away, no?
What even that does mean?
Leave me alone and don't come back here, eh? How'd you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk, even here in the prison, who have heard of those papers.
Well, I can't tell Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's.
Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
Oh. Is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
Have a snow. You're off to have cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh. Oh, we heard elsewhere.
Let me just have a wee hulk around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Right, here you are. Hey?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush.
Of course, can't read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But I mind it says he leaves his whole worldly possessions to his son back in homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers.
Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi. No doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the stramash, all that slashers of an execution, we sent the man's positions to his clan in Japan. And that was the end of it.
Calligraphy? Yeah, fuck you now. What do you know? I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case.
hold on. Let's go ahead and read these. Last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is the deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. Okay. I don't know. Something tells me that I don't know. I feel like there's something more to it than this, but whatever.
One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, yes?
Those papers are nothing to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer if you didn't make of a mention of them outside this office, or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it, consider it an order from the highest levels of our government.
I understand. What you got over here? What you reading? Large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? Files I don't know.
50 years of records. Oh, I'm gonna eat a biscuit.
Calligraphy? Okay, well, you know what? You could suck my calligra balls. I guess we can go to the Fresno room, see what's left. Find it. You look awfully pale again, Mr. Naruto. Sorry, when I started to think I conjured some horrible memories. So maybe not here. No, wait, we've already talked about him. What about Lord Just, what about him?
No arguments of Professor Sogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear?
Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down.
On your way now, Asogi,
My lord. Kazuma. My boy. No. He left without saying a word.
Yes? What are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind.
I wanted Van Zyke's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi his unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take it longer than necessary.
Unwelcome inquiries?
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43...
Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruto. And a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zykes is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful close trial, that Lord Van Zykes made a name for himself among the judiciary. But in the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
That's awful. And not surprising.
The man's freedom was short-lived. It lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper the Bailey.
And the people believe Lord Van Zykes was responsible?
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
So he must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hands of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact of that revelation would be on the British public cannot be understated.
Fucking shit. Is that why it's called it's a closed trial?
Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
So the last one was the Professors? The trial of Genshin Asogi?
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
Van Zykes entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zykes had condemned now, looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
They do say that what goes around comes around.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Cosmo is?
I'd like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others.
So that's what all these gears are about here.
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps.
What? What do you mean?
I'm going to have him killed. Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Well, now I shall have you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that's a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible.
Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi?
Discussions between defense and prosecutor outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Oh, thank you. Where's his office? Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Cosmo's best friend in the world. Cosmo's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. I mean, it has been a hot minute since you talked. Verbally. My office is also my bathroom. Nice.
Did he make like a little play set of the room? Okay. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in the dark corner. It's his habit to sit Saiza style whenever he's working. Oh. Kazuma.
I thought it wouldn't be so long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry?
That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in British courts.
I just never imagined for 1 second that you'd be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you.
And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Miko Toba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it'd be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time here in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku, and about what happened with your father. I'm not hearing the tears. And then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Chat, it's thundering outside, I'm scared. Chat, I'm gonna poop myself. Let me just save real quick. Hold the kitty. They left my room. They left me.
It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Buria. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain.
And then you'll die alone. Yeah! Oh.
When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events, I thought I lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize I was in a cabin in the ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck.
Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point?
Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. And there was just this voice in my head. You have to do something. You have something to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw I was on a huge steamship, and we were docked on a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes. Yeah, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with the past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back, no money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers on my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose? That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling out countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now.
Your formidable tenacity for purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memories and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world.
Of course. I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point.
So, how'd you end up becoming Lord Van Zykes' apprentice then?
That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather of my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office.
And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber.
Yes, I did.
Ever since I met you at Yume, you talked about your dream.
Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I will be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here?
16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. Told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san.
Oh my. Yeah, we already kind of know that, but whatever.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me.
Oh.
Then, one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer. and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no!
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
I'm so sorry you had to find out that way.
I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
And there was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku.
Ah, to the other visiting student.
He faltered at the briefest moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But, in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his voice. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. And that's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Kazuma-sama. This is fun.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Lord Van Zykes isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was.
It's clear the inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
What? You mean you knew?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the inspector? Yes, Berg von Zyke is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No, he was merely seeking justice. That justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool they use to do it. And when the man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
I'm gonna have to show him the papers. Kazuma, what do you make of this?
There's only one place where the defense and lawyers must discuss. Good lord, okay.
That was. I wonder what I'm supposed to talk about. Maybe this?
What the?
It's a scale model of the crime scene.
Oh, yes, I realize that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every case?
Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you haven't spotted before. Actually, a miniature notice board is my work.
To be honest, you enjoyed making that. Why are there bats here? Ah! Ah!
You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zykes, wouldn't you say?
Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think.
Perhaps you have to, like birds, to attain rank in the judiciary here. Although bats aren't birds, of course.
How about a sparrow for you?
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. I got attacked by Batman. Is that it?
Hello, I am French. What's that?
Oh, it's just something I'd hope to ask your opinion on is all.
It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means.
Okay, never mind.
Son of a bitch.
Well, shit. You're shit out of luck, aren't you? I bet you don't know what the fuck you want to do. You're dumb as shit. You look like shit.
There's gotta be something I'm missing. I've already shown him that. Son of a bitch! Sun's up in the morning. Please don't worry as long as it continues thoroughly. What the fuck?
What am I doing?
Son of a bitch. Wasting my fucking time. My Tim. Google Gamer. Listen, man. Oh my gosh. Okay, there you go. Figured it out. I had to present the autopsy report to him. Because of course I do. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report.
Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. And the idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something.
Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it.
To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak to the coroner too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed onto the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery.
By Baleen Prison, you mean?
Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. I'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Rinosuke, I want to thank you.
What for?
For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan.
Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you.
Kuruma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku wearing states period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen.
Well, then you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Kuruma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname.
Really? Kuruma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure.
16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had the sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me now. But I have it by my side again now, too. And that is all thanks to you.
It was an honor. Alright, now kiss. Hit him with the...
Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much.
Kazuma, you've changed.
No, Ryonosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed.
I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zykes given what happened. The fact is, those events in this case are, well...
Unrelated? Is that what you want to say?
But how can you be so sure? What do you mean?
Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary.
I can't let you do that, Kazuma.
I know you'll do what you have to do as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the court. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey.
Kazipu, I will see you.
the forensic lab. It's scary in here. Oh my fuck!
There's a skeleton! And a doll! They really, like, toyed up the place, didn't they? This place really is creepy, isn't it? What? Where the fuck was Iris in all of this? Was she, like, tagging along, just hasn't said anything? Good grief.
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected.
But, actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in there.
Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris? Do you think we could change the subject? What was that? No, what was that? You think someone with hemorrhoids was on that table? No. Oh, there she is. Dr. Gory?
What?
That noise before. Why does she have a butcher knife?
I was sharpening my tools. It'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them.
Right.
When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. What's that tut? Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... We've actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Siphon has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us, for the time being anyway.
For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
I feel like you should let the crazy bird lady cut you open. We can skip those details. But there's one thing about the report that caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded time of death. Ah! That's not my fault. Fucking hell, I wasn't expecting her to show her face. Goodness gracious, she looks like Wednesday from the Addams Family. Oh! That made me jump.
Then please, tell us what happened.
Can I put my balls in your jar? Balls in your jar. Can I?
Oh, she's 19. Okay, never mind then. It looks like you're in the clear this time, fucko. Show her of a live leak of someone getting beheaded. That will make her like you. What the fuck is wrong with you? What? I'm gonna do that. What? Okay. So why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then?
It's really the most crucial detail. God damn it.
I was told not to write it.
What? By whom?
Mail Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
Oh my gosh. Were you trying to send me to jail? I was trying to be sure she was legal, man. She was. I'm just giving you suggestions on how to be a better lawyer. But wouldn't having footage of someone being beheaded be illegal? I feel like that would be illegal. Also, fucking Strongheart told her not to write the time of death. Good fucking lord! What is the man doing? Good grief, he gets this more and more suspicious by the day. When Strongheart came?
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious.
What? No, not usually, I think. You would know, you fuck. So, that's not a good reason to not add the time of death, I feel. You should add the time of death regardless of whether or not it's obvious. So why was this the exception? I just don't understand. That just seems like he's hiding something.
The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November, when the gunshot was heard.
I googled it, and in most cases, you can have footage of people dying. Okay, Boomer. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory? If you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're going to have to go the same way as your mother. Give it here, then. Hmm? Why's she scribbling so furiously? There. You've written... What? She's written? What she's written? Tell us! Indeterminate. What? Accurate estimation of time of death is not possible. What? What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? Is that how you say it? Indeterminate? Indiscriminate? Not exactly known.
Indeterminate.
Indeterminate. I was mostly right there. When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have been coincided with when the gunshot was heard.
But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. and that fish had started to rot.
What?
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. So, what are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction.
Whatever.
If the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
Then only the fish would have started the rot.
with today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with that. It's thundering. Will, I'm scared.
No, definitely not, but maybe in a factory? Or some other special places.
I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street. I wonder, if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow, what might the actual time of death have been?
I couldn't say for sure.
But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. No! In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. Poppycock. Oh, yes, the other thing. That's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. The professor. Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. What? Sorry? My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Sykes as well. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Sykes? The professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. The detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know, that amazing autopsy happened here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Sykes. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. Aristocracy is like aristocracy? Aristocracy? The aristocrats.
Aristocracy.
Oh. That's too many, yeah, that's too many words. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. I guess you will. The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No. And worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear. We found out recently, you mean. I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well.
The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it.
Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Who's behind the jailbreak all those years ago? Drake, did you know that my university is top forensic science university in the nation? I didn't go for forensic science, but Dr. Gory might have. To be a good sort. Yeah. She's interesting, even though she wanted to butcher me, but I get her feeling. So I feel like I am kind of right about Mr. Vigil, about him being the fall guy. I might have been Johnny on the nose there. So it's possible that fucking Caden over here played some part in his, escape, and then he, like, put blame on a Daily. It's interesting. Everyone secretly wants to butcher everyone else. It's only human. No, I think that's just you, bro. I think that's just you. That ain't Falco, bro. That ain't Falco. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zykes. It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. I would... Shut up, Matt. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson.
That's right, my daddy.
And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father, Eugen Mikotoba. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. But the outcome of that historic autopsy
was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asoki as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? Would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? You know, I feel like that statement says a lot about our current predicament nowadays. I'm not gonna go into more of that, but you know, that's what I'm saying. What the fuck did Brennan send me? Oh, okay. Oh, good lord. I hope to God you can't see that. Brennan, no. Brennan, please. Fucking Brennan. Good grief. Trump unfollowed for that. True. I mean, what do you mean? They're filed under V at the back of the cupboards, with the other records from the last decade. Thank you! Let's see. Van Zykes. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zykes. There must be! Perhaps somebody took them away? No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor's case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone. Well, when was the last time someone looked at them? You remember? It was... Oh, yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to look at the records. No, you don't mean. Herlock Sholmes was his name. Deep down, I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? Iris? Oh, shit.
Bruno? I hope you don't mind, but
What is it, Iris?
I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm gonna have to leave you now.
Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then.
Oh, no. No need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now, then. Good luck. Chaos Control.
Wait a moment, little girl.
Me?
I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Ah! Shit, I've been found out.
Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but a mustache.
Wait, Iris!
I'll brew you up a pot for you when we get home. Fuck!
What's the matter with her? She's behaving rather strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I've had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer if you were ready for dissection. I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zyke's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now.
We gotta run the fuck home! Iris, you dumb bitch, where are you? Son of a bitch. She ain't home.
Based Dr. Gory. No.
Oh, here we go. The police are busily investigating in here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing with what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back before long. Shall we wait? Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? Yeah. I'm ready. Stop. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. Did it just move? Did I just see it like rumble a little bit? I feel like I did. I wonder to whom it belongs to. There are some initials on the outside. Look. TG. Tobias Gregson? Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oi! What do you think you're doing? Oh, it's her.
Oi! That's my trunk, that is! Hands off!
Gina! Where were you hiding?
I don't know. He leaves something unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his screety eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but...
What? Spit it out, Otto!
Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What? What are you trying to say? Come on! This trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly. Why do Dr. Gory and Dr. Scythe have the same last names? Have different last names? I don't fucking know. I'm just as confused as you are.
You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals who got them off scot-free.
Is Dr. Gory married? Not to my knowledge, no. Scythe is married. Maybe it could be possible that Gory, because fuck. Okay, look. She's 19 right now.
And the trial 10 years ago with the professor took place 10 years ago, right? That was before Dr. Scythe was named Dr. Scythe. Her name was like Stephanie, I think, Maria Stephanie or something like that. So Gory would have been 9 years old at the time. So it's possible that she like kept the last name but didn't decide to change names when she got married. I don't know. She just didn't want the Scythe last name. I don't know why they couldn't just let her last name be Scythe, but fuck. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Sykes who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well, then obviously, it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, weren't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook hidden inside his office.
Oh no, that doesn't sound good.
It had details of all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What? No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook?
They wouldn't flaming let me, 'cause I'm just an apprentice, apparently. But it was me who found it, and it was my boss.
That's right.
I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what he said anyway.
Oh. That's our Gina. Do you have a motive, though? No. Scythe is a sick last name? Sure. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
The way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. Oh, I found it.
And what had he written, Gina?
Dates, times, places, names, and all long list of them. All details about the bludgers are supposed to have been done in by the Reaper.
But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities.
Exactly! That's what I said! That's the first thing you think, right? As it happens, you was full of names I recognized anyways.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end of that. There was a bit odd.
At the end of the list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October.
Oh, the day before the Inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name?
It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, it's still good. Can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name anyway. Put it that way.
Oh dear. What a pity.
There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but...
Did you just say Shin?
Well, it does mean something?
Lord Van Sykes knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now, I found out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. Scheitzer. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, investigating in that. It's fucking thundering outside, bruv. I'm scared. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
The day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cub who was pretending to be him, didn't you, Otto?
Yeah, Mr. Vigil. Fuck. Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results.
Is this gonna be an IRA Connections? I don't know what the fuck that means, but I don't know.
When me and my partner here get together, there's nothing we can't track down.
Oh, little Toby. He's such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down yet, then?
What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, ain't it?
Ugh.
Anyway, the point is, if you lot ever need help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the hellhound here.
Right. Because he looks oh so hellish, honestly. Gina, about your hellhound there.
Oh, hold on, let me pick her up. There it is. Chief Inspector Toby. What do you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is.
In Japanese, police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. It should be. After all, the great exhibition case the other day, it was thanks to Toby. It was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what a super dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the chief inspector could catch the scent, I wonder?
Take that!
What about this? Well, Chief Inspector Toby, I hope you don't mind having this a sniff.
The Chief Inspector said woof to that, Aldo.
Yes, I heard. I think perhaps that particular item doesn't excite him very much.
Ain't you got something else?
I'll have a think. Is there something else I'm missing? Wait. I have an idea. What about the wig?
Take that!
He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oh, shit! Ah! He killed her! Holy shit! The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Ah, look what he's gone to! Oh my, that trunk clearly still has very strong scent of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him.
Oh, all right. He's a fair cop, I suppose.
And you nearly got away with it, too. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it could achieve. Did it not cross your mind he might identify something that was right next to us?
Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer. Weren't it?
That's enough now then, Gina.
Eh?
I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk.
God damn it. All right, fine. It weren't like that. It just weren't.
What are you talking about?
I know what's going on in that 80 years, but that ain't what happened.
Alright then, what did happen?
I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I done that, it went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To the sandwich? Not to a bag of chips? Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich.
Yeah, he had it hidden between his wooden boards of his. The boss's trunk.
Good lord, they just keep ripping off his shit from his dead body. You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here?
Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene.
Goodness.
Me and the chief inspector gave the sandwich a good grilling. And you know what he said?
I thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did. Nothing more. And
What you adamant the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog.
You know, I feel like that's literally a crime to remove evidence from a scene. In fact, I feel like him and that Venus chick would be arrested for stealing that. So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then. How could they?
So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured it might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well,
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try and find the answer to that question together.
yeah, well, I don't give a shit.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you?
What are you on about? I am the police!
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it.
Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressive towards me all of a sudden? Mr. Naruhodo, be careful! It must be the trunk.
it's got devil fruit in it.
Okay, let's go ahead and look at the trunk real quick. What is that? Is that a shard? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Alright, let's go ahead and open it. Let's have a look inside. Let's see. Do you see that? There's something stuck on the side of the trunk here. It's glinting. It's a scratch, Liberal. Is it a scratch? Because it looks like we found a metal fragment in here. So maybe the real bitch is you. Nerd boy. But it's wedged in so tightly you can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think.
He's got some potions and shit.
Look, there's something inside. Ooh, let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing him to leave overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something that was... Oh! What is it?
It was the travel on 31st October, just one day before the incident. What? Really? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? Interesting. Read my message about the IRA. I don't like typing, and it was hard to do that many words. Well, I'm sorry, but I can't read. Alright, fine. The IRA is a political party in Ireland that was the driving force in the Republic of the Ireland's War for Independence, closely related to the Sinn Féin Sinn Féin party, which is pronounced the Sinn Féin, members of the revolution. Claim association with the IRA. Since this game is Omega British, I was kind of wondering if Shin was reference to Sinn Féin. There, I fucking read it. Now shut up. Get off my dick. Ah! I'm getting attacked by a dog!
Toby! Oi! What are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off!
Mr. Naruhodo!
Mr. Naruhodo!
Gina, quickly! Hail a carriage! A carriage?
Meow. Fuck out the way.
Meow. Die. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo! Are you alright? Miss Susato? Ah! Conscious again at last! A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice. So a compress of so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ugh, the bump of my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Whenever you feel ready, then. It's water with sugar in it? That's crazy. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murderer of so many years, of so many, had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot. Brodend wie ein Feuerberg. Den Schlund Opfen deine Wut. Herr mit dem
What the fuck is going on here?
Hat wie ein Diamant. 10 Zahnen, 2 brach.
What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Who's that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there? I think that's your dad. Iris? She even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing and one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. So, as usual, you've instantly seen the very heart of the matter. And by the time my brief performance is over, I feel this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Music Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Erlach Sholmes' latest Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. And guess what, guys? That's gonna be it for tonight. Get fucked. Cliffhanger time, bitch. Thank you guys so much for coming by. I appreciate it. Tomorrow we will find out why Mikotoba is dead on there, because that's obviously him. I know that I could see that fucking mustache anywhere. So, thank you guys very much for coming by. I will see you guys tomorrow, and we will find out what the true thing of the thing. Good night, everybody.